Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. And, if you wish, what's on your mind? I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire crackled softly in the grate at 221B Baker Street, its amber glow painting the cluttered sitting room in shades of honey and shadow. Outside, November fog pressed itself against the windows like a curious ghost, muffling the clatter of hansoms on the cobblestones below. London in 1894 wore its evening like a well-worn coat, familiar, slightly damp, and utterly itself. The city hummed with 1,000 small sounds, the distant cry of a flower seller closing up for the night, the melancholy note of a foghorn drifting up from the Thames, the whisper of coal settling in the hearth. Sherlock Holmes sat in his customary chair, long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, grey eyes half closed, in that peculiar state between meditation and boredom that so often plagued him between cases. The lamplight caught the angles of his face, casting his hawkish profile in sharp relief against the book-lined wall behind him. He had been motionless for the better part of an hour, a statue carved from restlessness itself. Dr. John Watson occupied the opposite chair, a medical journal open across his knee, though his attention had wandered from an article on tropical fevers to the comfortable silence of their shared rooms. The tobacco smoke from his pipe curled upward in lazy spirals, sweetening the air with the scent of Arcadia mixture. He had learned, over their years of friendship, to recognize the particular quality of Holmes's stillness. This was not the focused intensity of a mind at work, but rather the dangerous quiet of a brilliant intellect, left idle too long. "Watson," Holmes said suddenly, without opening his eyes, "if Lestrade does not arrive within the next quarter hour with something, anything of interest, I shall be forced to take up the violin, and I warn you, my mood is such that only the most mournful of dirges will suffice." Watson smiled into his pipe. "The streets are thick with fog tonight. Perhaps he's been delayed." "The fog," Holmes replied, "has never deterred Lestrade when he requires assistance with a puzzle that confounds Scotland Yard's limited imagination. No, if he comes at all, it will be soon. And it will be because some small detail has thoroughly baffled him, some trifle that official minds have trampled over without seeing." As if summoned by Holmes's words, the bell rang below, followed by the sound of Mrs. Hudson's voice and the heavy tread of boots upon the stairs. Holmes's eyes opened fully, a spark of interest kindling in their grey depths. Watson set aside his journal as their landlady showed Inspector Lestrade into the room, bringing with him a gust of cold air and the smell of wet wool. Lestrade was a small, wiry man with sharp features and an expression that perpetually suggested he had just tasted something slightly off. Tonight, however, his usual air of professional confidence had given way to something that looked remarkably like genuine puzzlement. He carried a leather document case under one arm, and his boots left small pools of moisture on the Turkish carpet. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, nodding to each in turn. "I apologize for the late hour, but I've brought something that I think will interest you, or confound you entirely. I confess I cannot decide which." "Excellent," Holmes said, unfolding himself from his chair with the grace of a cat stretching after sleep. Nothing confounds quite so effectively as a proper mystery. Please, Lestrade, sit. Mrs. Hudson will bring tea if you require it, though you look as though something stronger might be more to your taste. Lestrade waved away the offer and remained standing, opening his case with fingers that trembled slightly. Whether from cold or excitement, Watson could not tell. "We found a man this evening," the inspector began, "near Victoria Station, dead, though not long. No obvious cause, no wounds, no signs of violence. A gentleman by his clothing, though not a wealthy one. Middle-aged, clean-shaven, well-fed. Might have been a clerk or a travelling salesman." "And naturally," Holmes interjected, his tone dry as autumn leaves, "Scotland Yard has already determined that he died of natural causes, filed the appropriate paperwork, and would have forgotten him entirely had you not found something in his pockets that gave you pause." Lestrade's mouth twitched. "You know me too well, Mr. Holmes. Yes, we found something." From the case he withdrew a small evidence envelope, and from it, with the care of a man handling a holy relic, he produced a torn piece of cardstock, roughly 2 inches by 3, coloured a deep, almost crimson red. Holmes took it with eager fingers, holding it up to the lamplight. Watson rose and crossed to stand beside his friend, peering at the fragment over Holmes's shoulder. The card was thick, quality stock, the kind used for theatre tickets or railway passes. One edge was cleanly cut, but the other had been torn roughly, as if ripped from a larger piece. Faded black ink marked its surface, partial letters, a number, and what might have been part of an official stamp. "A ticket," Watson observed. "For the railway, I should think." "Indeed," Holmes murmured, his eyes darting across the fragment's surface with the intensity of a jeweller examining a diamond. "But not an ordinary ticket, Watson. Observe the colour. This particular shade of red is used by the Continental Mail Services for their registered parcels and official documents. The paper quality is French, if I'm not mistaken. Note the slight texture, the watermark barely visible when held thus to the light. And here," he pointed to a partial stamp in one corner, "you can just make out the edges of what was once an official seal." "French?" Lestrade leaned forward. The man had no French coins on him, no papers suggesting foreign travel, just this ticket, torn and tucked into his waistcoat pocket as if it were precious. Holmes turned the fragment over, examining its reverse side, which was blank save for a small smudge of what might have been ink or dirt. "Was anything else found on the deceased? Letters, calling cards, a watch perhaps?" "A watch, yes. Cheap, English-made, a few shillings in coins, a handkerchief with no monogram. Nothing to identify him, Mr. Holmes. It's as if he took pains to carry nothing that might tell us who he was." "Or," Holmes suggested, settling back into his chair with the ticket fragment balanced on his fingertips, "someone took pains to remove such items after his death. Tell me, Lestrade, where exactly was the body discovered?" "In an alley just off Buckingham Palace Road, perhaps 200 yards from Victoria Station itself. A constable found him during his rounds, still warm. The police surgeon estimates he'd been dead less than an hour when we arrived." Watson frowned, his medical instincts stirring. "No signs of violence, you said? No trauma? No obvious cause?" "None whatsoever, Doctor. He might have simply stopped, laid down, and died, except—" Lestrade hesitated. "Except for his expression. His eyes were open, and there was something in his face, a look of—I don't quite know how to describe it. Fear, perhaps, or surprise, as if he'd seen something he hadn't expected to see. Holmes held the ticket up once more, his expression distant, his mind clearly racing along paths only he could perceive. The firelight played across the scarlet fragment, making it seem to glow like a small coal held between his fingers. "This ticket," he said softly, "was important enough for a man to keep it hidden on his person, yet torn, deliberately or accidentally, I wonder, from its original form. It speaks of the continent, of mail services, of official business, perhaps. And a man dies, unnamed and unmourned, within minutes of one of London's busiest railway termini, carrying nothing but this curious fragment." The room fell silent, save for the pop and hiss of the fire. Watson found himself drawn into the puzzle, despite the late hour, his earlier drowsiness replaced by a familiar quickening of interest. Holmes had a way of making even the smallest mystery feel like the opening chapter of some grand adventure. "There is more here than meets the eye," Holmes continued, rising to place the ticket fragment carefully on the mantelpiece, where it rested like a splash of blood against the dark wood. "A man doesn't die of fright alone. Yet, what else could produce such an expression without leaving marks? And this ticket, it is not merely a curiosity, Lestrade. It is a clue, perhaps the only clue we have to understanding why someone thought it necessary to render this poor soul anonymous in death." Lestrade shifted his weight, and Watson recognized the gesture. The inspector was preparing to ask for their assistance, though his pride made such requests difficult. "Mr. Holmes," he began, "I was hoping you might consent to examine the body tomorrow, and perhaps, that is, if you're not otherwise engaged." "We shall visit the morgue first thing in the morning," Holmes interrupted, sparing the inspector his discomfort. "And afterward, I think, we shall pay a visit to Victoria Station. The Continental mail trains depart from there, do they not?" "They do," Lestrade confirmed, relief evident in his voice. "Twice daily for Paris, and connections beyond." Holmes nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the scarlet fragment above the fireplace. "Then perhaps our mysterious friend was connected to that service in some capacity. A clerk, a courier, or—" He paused, a smile flickering across his thin lips. "Or something rather more interesting. Tell me, Lestrade, have there been any other unusual deaths in the vicinity of railway stations in recent weeks? Anything that might, on the surface, appear unconnected?" The inspector's eyes widened slightly. "Now that you mention it, there was a fellow found near Charing Cross last month. Natural causes, the surgeon said, though he was young, not yet 40, and another near Waterloo the month before that. But Mr. Holmes, surely you're not suggesting—" "I am suggesting nothing yet," Holmes replied, though his eyes gleamed with something that might have been excitement, or might have been the reflection of firelight. Watson could never quite tell. "I am merely collecting data, as any sensible man would do when presented with a mystery wrapped in crimson and shadow. But it does make one wonder, does it not, about the stories our railways could tell if their walls had voices?" Outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour. 10 deep, solemn notes that seemed to mark not just the passage of time, but the opening of something else, some door into a puzzle that would, before its resolution, carry them across the channel and into the heart of a conspiracy that threatened more than just the life of one unnamed man. Watson caught Holmes's eye and saw there the familiar spark of the hunt beginning. His friend was no longer bored, no longer restless. The violin would remain silent tonight, its mournful dirges unnecessary. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot, and it had begun, as so many of their adventures did, with the smallest of things. A torn ticket, coloured the deep red of secrets and blood, lying innocent and deadly upon the mantelpiece while the fog gathered outside and London dreamed its fog-bound dreams. Morning. Arrived in London with the hesitant grace of a guest, uncertain of its welcome. The fog had lifted slightly during the night, leaving behind a pearl-grey sky that threatened rain, but had not yet committed to the promise. Baker Street stirred to life with the rhythm peculiar to a city that never truly slept. The rattle of milk carts over cobblestones, the sharp cry of newspaper boys hawking the morning editions, the distant whistle of trains at Marylebone Station carrying their human cargo toward 1,000 different destinies. Watson woke to find Holmes, already dressed, standing at the window with a cup of coffee cooling in his hand, his attention fixed on the street below with that peculiar intensity that suggested his mind was not observing the passing traffic at all, but rather replaying some internal theatre of deduction and possibility. "You've been awake for some time," Watson observed, rising and reaching for his dressing gown. The fire had been rebuilt. Mrs. Hudson's work, no doubt, and its warmth pushed back against the November chill that seeped through the window frames. "Since 5, Holmes replied without turning. "I found sleep. Elusive. That ticket, Watson. It troubles me in ways I cannot quite articulate. There is something in its very existence that suggests a system, an organization, and where there is organization, there is purpose. And where there is purpose in matters of secrecy and death, there is invariably something worth discovering." They breakfasted quickly on Mrs. Hudson's excellent kippers and toast, though Holmes barely touched his plate, consuming instead several more cups of the strong black coffee he favoured when a case commanded his attention. By 8:30, they were dressed and out into the London morning, hailing a hansom that carried them first to the police morgue, a grim, efficient building near Scotland Yard that smelled of carbolic acid and the peculiar coldness of rooms kept deliberately unheated. The body of the unknown man lay on a zinc table, covered by a sheet that the attendant pulled back with the practised indifference of one who had long ago ceased to see the dead as anything more than temporary residents. Watson, with his medical training, examined the corpse with professional detachment, noting the absence of any marks. The healthy colour of the organs when Holmes requested an examination, the well-fed appearance that spoke of regular meals and comfortable circumstances. "Nothing," Watson murmured, straightening. "No poison evident, no trauma, no disease that would cause sudden death. His heart appears sound, his lungs clear. It's as if he simply stopped." Holmes bent close to the dead man's face, studying the frozen expression with an intensity that made the morgue attendant shift uncomfortably. "Fear," he said softly, "or perhaps realization. Something was understood too late. Watson, examine his fingers, the right hand particularly." Watson did so, finding calluses consistent, with pen work and a slight indentation on the middle finger where a pen might rest during long hours of writing. "A clerk of some sort," he concluded, "someone who spent his days with paperwork and accounts." "Indeed, and note the quality of his clothing, not expensive, but well maintained. A man of modest means, who took pride in his appearance. His boots are French-made, Watson. Observe the stitching along the sole. he travelled to the continent, or at least purchased his footwear there. They left the morgue with more questions than answers, the morning now fully established, and made their way through streets that grew progressively busier as they approached Victoria Station. The great terminus rose before them like a cathedral dedicated to the religion of progress, vast arches of iron and glass that enclosed a world of steam and noise and perpetual motion. Inside, the station breathed with the rhythm of arrival and departure. Locomotives hissed and panted at their platforms, releasing clouds of white steam that rose toward the glass roof high above. Porters shouted, pushing trolleys laden with leather trunks and hat boxes. Passengers hurried past with that particular expression of urgent purpose that railway stations seemed to inspire, as if missing a train were equivalent to missing one's own life. The smell was distinctive, unforgettable. Coal smoke and engine oil, the metallic tang of steel rails, the subtle scent of anxiety that all travellers carried with them like invisible luggage. Somewhere a whistle blew, sharp and imperative. A woman's laughter echoed across the platform, bright and incongruous against the industrial symphony surrounding it. Holmes moved through this chaos with the confidence of a man who knew exactly what he sought. Watson, following in his wake as they navigated past a family arguing over missing baggage, past a vicar reading his prayer book while waiting for the Brighton train, past a flower seller whose roses seemed to wilt under the weight of steam and soot. They found the ticket office after some searching. A small window set into a wall lined with timetables and notices, behind which sat a clerk whose spectacles had slipped down his nose and whose fingers were stained with ink, in a manner that would have made him brother to the dead man they had just left in the morgue. "Continental Mail Services," Holmes said without preamble, placing both hands on the narrow counter. "I require information about your ticketing system for registered parcels and official documents." The clerk looked up with the expression of a man who had answered too many questions already that morning, and found all of them tedious. "Are you sending a parcel, sir? The rates are posted there." He gestured vaguely toward a board covered in small print. "I am not sending anything," Holmes replied, his voice taking on that edge of controlled impatience that Watson recognized as a warning sign. "I am investigating the death of a man who carried one of your tickets, or rather, a fragment of one, a red ticket, official stock, possibly connected to the Paris mail train." The word investigating produced a remarkable transformation in the clerk's demeanour. His hand moved unconsciously to straighten his collar, and his eyes darted toward a door marked Station Master, before returning to Holmes. "You're from the police, then? I'll need to fetch Mr. Pemberton. He's the one who handles all inquiries of that nature." "Please do," Holmes said pleasantly, though Watson detected the coiled tension in his friend's posture, the readiness of a hunting hound who had caught the first faint scent of quarry. Mr. Pemberton, when he emerged from his office some minutes later, proved to be a portly gentleman with magnificent whiskers and the harried expression of a man responsible for keeping several hundred trains running on schedule, while simultaneously preventing the complete collapse of civilized society. He listened to Holmes's explanation with growing concern, his fingers drumming against his substantial waistcoat. "A red ticket," he repeated, his brow furrowing. "Yes, we use those for the Continental Mail Service, specifically for registered items that require special handling. They're not sold to the general public, you understand." Only official couriers and authorized personnel would have access to such tickets. "And how many such couriers do you employ?" Watson asked. "Employ directly?" "None. The mail service is contracted to a private firm. Bannister and Sons, they're called. They've held the contract for the London-Paris route for nearly a decade. Reliable enough, though." He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "Though there have been some irregularities of late." Holmes's eyes sharpened. "What manner of irregularities?" Pemberton glanced around, as if concerned that the very walls might carry tales. He lowered his voice, gesturing for them to step away from the ticket window and into the relative privacy of an alcove beneath a timetable board. "Items going missing," he said quietly. "Nothing dramatic. A registered letter here, a small parcel there. The sort of thing that might be simple carelessness, or might be something else. And then there are the reports from Paris." "Reports?" Holmes leaned forward slightly. "Strange incidents. Packages arriving with seals broken, mailbags that seem lighter than their manifests suggest they should be. The French authorities have made inquiries, but nothing concrete has come of it. These things happen, you understand, in a service that moves thousands of items daily across international borders. Still," he trailed off, clearly uncomfortable. "Still," Holmes finished, "when combined with the death of a man carrying a fragment of one of your official tickets, these irregularities take on a more sinister aspect." Pemberton nodded slowly, his whiskers quivering with either concern or the vibration from a passing locomotive. Watson could not determine which. "I'd be grateful if you could look into this discreetly, Mr. Holmes. The last thing we need is a scandal involving the Continental Mail Service. The French are already sensitive about such matters, and there's talk of renegotiating the postal treaty next year." "Discretion," Holmes replied, "is a luxury that murderers rarely afford us. But I shall endeavour to be as subtle as circumstances permit. Now, I would like to see the mail sorting area, if you would be so kind as to arrange it." Pemberton hesitated only a moment before nodding and leading them deeper into the station's labyrinthine interior. They passed through doors marked "Authorized Personnel Only," down a corridor that smelled of old paper and sealing wax, and finally into a vast room where the true work of the station occurred, hidden from the passengers on their platforms. Here, dozens of workers sorted through mountains of mail, letters, parcels, packages wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. The sorting was done with remarkable efficiency, each item examined, categorized, and directed toward its appropriate destination. Large canvas mailbags hung from hooks along one wall, some already bulging with their contents, others still gaping empty, like hungry mouths waiting to be fed. Holmes observed this activity with the focus of a naturalist watching a colony of ants, his gaze moving from worker to worker, from mailbag to mailbag, cataloguing, assessing, calculating. Watson recognized this state. His friend was absorbing every detail, storing them away in that remarkable mind for later analysis. "The Paris train," Holmes said suddenly. "When does it depart?" 10 o'clock, Pemberton replied, checking his pocket watch. "In approximately 40 minutes. The mailbags are sealed and loaded half an hour before departure. They should be doing that now, in fact." As if summoned by his words, 2 men in the uniforms of Bannister and Sons appeared, moving toward a collection of full mailbags. They worked with practiced efficiency, checking tags, comparing numbers against a manifest. then hefting the bags and carrying them toward a trolley that would transport them to the waiting train. Holmes watched them with such intensity that Watson felt obliged to touch his friend's arm. "What is it?" "Those bags, Watson. Observe the seals. Red wax, stamped with an official mark, and yet—" He moved closer, his eyes narrowing. "And yet, one of them bears a seal that is slightly different in colour, barely noticeable, but there nonetheless. A fraction lighter than the others." Watson looked but could not discern what Holmes claimed to see. The seals all appeared identical to him, uniform in their crimson officiousness. But he had learned long ago not to doubt his friend's observational powers. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said, his voice low and urgent, "I need you to prevent those bags from being loaded onto the Paris train, immediately." The station. Master's face flushed. "Mr. Holmes, I cannot simply halt the mail service on the basis of a suspicion about a seal's colour. The diplomatic implications alone—" "Would pale," Holmes interrupted, his voice sharp as broken glass, "in comparison to the implications of allowing what I suspect those bags contain to reach Paris. Trust me, sir, or summon Lestrade from Scotland Yard to provide official authority. But do not let those bags board that train." The authority in Holmes's voice, combined with the memory of the dead man lying cold in the morgue, seemed to decide Pemberton. He nodded curtly and strode toward the workers, his voice rising above the sorting-room's clatter to command them to stop, to wait, to hold everything until further notice. The workers froze, confused, and in that moment of suspended activity, Watson saw something he might otherwise have missed. One of the Bannister and Sons men exchanged a glance with his companion, a brief flash of something that might have been concern, or might have been fear, before his face settled back into professional blankness. Holmes saw it too. Watson knew, because his friend's hand moved to grip Watson's forearm, a silent signal that meant, "Oh, observe, remember, this matters." The Scarlet ticket's mystery was deepening, spreading like ripples from a stone cast into dark water, and they had only just begun to glimpse the shape of what lay beneath the surface. The Diogenes Club occupied a building on Pall Mall that seemed to have absorbed the very essence of discretion. Its facade was unremarkable, polished stone that might have belonged to any gentleman's establishment in that part of London where power resided in quiet rooms and decisions were made over brandy and cigars. But within those walls existed perhaps the strangest club in all of England, a sanctuary dedicated not to conversation, but to its absolute absence. Holmes and Watson arrived shortly after 3 o'clock, having spent the intervening hours at Scotland Yard, conferring with Lestrade over the contents of the suspicious mailbag. What they had discovered had transformed Lestrade's puzzlement into genuine alarm, and had prompted Holmes to send an urgent telegram to his brother Mycroft, requesting an immediate audience. The doorman, an ancient figure who seemed hewn from the same stone as the building itself, admitted them without a word, speech being discouraged even in the entrance hall of this peculiar establishment. He gestured toward the stairs with one gnarled hand, and they ascended through a silence so profound that Watson could hear the whisper of his own breath, the soft creak of floorboards beneath their feet. The Strangers' Room, as it was called, was the only space in the Diogenes Club where conversation was permitted, a small concession to the reality that even the most devoted misanthropes occasionally required the exchange of information. It was furnished with deep leather chairs that exhaled small sighs of comfort, when one sat in them, and the walls were lined with books that appeared never to have been opened, their spines too perfect, their pages too pristine. Mycroft Holmes occupied the largest chair with the air of a monarch upon his throne, which, in a sense, he was, being one of the most powerful men in the British government, despite holding no official title that the public would recognize. He was 7 years Holmes's senior, and considerably more substantial in physical presence, his corpulence suggesting a man who expended his energy entirely through mental rather than physical exertion. Where Sherlock was sharp angles and restless motion, Mycroft was curves and absolute stillness. Yet their eyes were remarkably similar. The same penetrating grey, the same capacity for observation that could strip away pretense and perceive the truth beneath. Watson had met Mycroft only twice before, and had found the experience somewhat unsettling, as if encountering a version of Holmes magnified in both intellect and indolence. "Brother mine," Mycroft said by way of greeting, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to emerge from some cavern within his substantial chest. "Your telegram suggested urgency. Given that you rarely communicate unless dragged to it by necessity, I deduce that you have stumbled upon something that exceeds the usual run of murdered spouses and stolen jewellery." "Your deductions remain admirably swift," Holmes replied, settling into a chair opposite his brother, while Watson took a position near the window, where the afternoon light filtered through heavy curtains, casting the room in amber shadows. "Though I might quibble with 'stumbled,' I prefer to think we have been deliberately led to something rather interesting." "Led by whom?" Mycroft's eyebrows, impressive specimens that seemed to possess independent life, rose slightly. "By a dead man carrying a torn red ticket, and by a mailbag bound for Paris containing something considerably more dangerous than letters from English merchants to their French counterparts." Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled in that characteristic gesture. "Mycroft, what do you know of the continental mail service between London and Paris?" For a long moment, Mycroft was silent, his vast intelligence visibly processing implications, connecting dots that existed in files and reports that only he had read. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost its tone of amused banter, and taken on the gravity of a man who saw threats to the realm, as clearly as others saw the furniture around them. "I know," he said slowly, "that the Foreign Office has been concerned for some months about irregularities in cross-channel communications. Nothing definitive, you understand, merely a pattern of small incidents that, taken individually, might mean nothing, but which collectively suggest the possibility of interference with official correspondence. Letters arriving late, seals that appear to have been tampered with, documents that go missing entirely. We have suspected French agents, naturally, though we have no proof." "And what would you say," Holmes asked, "if I told you that the irregularities have nothing to do with espionage, and everything to do with something far more prosaic, yet potentially more damaging to Anglo-French relations?" Mycroft's eyes narrowed. "I would say that you have my complete attention." Holmes withdrew from his pocket a small envelope, which he opened to reveal several banknotes. He spread them on the small table between the chairs, where they lay like evidence at a trial. Watson, who had seen them earlier at Scotland Yard, still felt a chill at their appearance. They were Bank of England £5 notes, perfectly rendered in every detail, from the engraving of Britannia to the signature of the chief cashier. Except they were not perfect. Not quite. "Counterfeits," Mycroft said, picking one up and holding it to the light. "Excellent work, I must admit. The paper quality is nearly correct, the engraving superb. I would estimate that 9 out of 10 merchants would accept these without question. Where did you find them?" "In a mailbag bound for Paris," Holmes replied. "Hidden among legitimate correspondence, sealed with what appeared to be an official seal, but which was, in fact, a clever forgery. The bags are switched, I believe, somewhere in the sorting process. Genuine bags are opened, these notes inserted among the letters, then resealed and sent on their way. In Paris, they are retrieved by Confederates and distributed into the French economy." "And the dead man?" Mycroft asked, though his tone suggested he had already deduced the answer. "A courier for Bannister and Sons, the firm that handles the mail contract. Either he discovered the scheme and was silenced, or he was part of it, and met the traditional fate of criminals who become liabilities to their fellows. The scarlet ticket he carried was, I believe, his means of identifying which mailbags contained the contraband. A simple code, a way of marking the bags without arousing suspicion among the legitimate workers." Watson cleared his throat, drawing both brothers' attention. "But surely the introduction of counterfeit English currency into France would harm France more than England. Why would our government be concerned?" Mycroft set down the banknote with the delicacy of a man handling an unexploded shell. "Because, Dr. Watson, if these notes are discovered by French authorities before we can shut down the operation, they will assume, not unreasonably, that this is a deliberate attempt by British agents to destabilize the French economy. The diplomatic consequences would be severe. We are currently negotiating a new trade agreement with France, and there are factions in Paris who would seize upon such a scandal to scuttle those negotiations entirely. Not to mention," Holmes added, "that flooding France with counterfeit English currency undermines confidence in British notes. Generally, if French merchants begin to scrutinize every English banknote with suspicion, legitimate trade suffers. The conspirators are harming both nations for their private profit." The room fell silent, save for the ticking of a clock on the mantelpiece, each tick seeming to mark not seconds, but the narrowing window of opportunity to prevent a crisis. Outside, London carried on with its afternoon business, unaware that in this quiet room 3 men contemplated the threads of a plot that could fray the already delicate fabric of international relations. Mycroft rose from his chair with surprising grace for a man of his bulk, and moved to a small cabinet, from which he withdrew a crystal decanter of brandy and 3 glasses. He poured with the precision of a chemist measuring reagents, then handed glasses to Holmes and Watson before retaking his seat. "I assume," he said, swirling the brandy and watching the light play through its amber depths, "that you have a plan for unraveling this conspiracy without creating the very diplomatic incident we seek to avoid." Holmes smiled, a sharp expression that contained no warmth but considerable satisfaction. "I do, but it will require resources that only you can provide, brother. Specifically, I need access to government intelligence on the ownership structure of Bannister and Sons, passenger lists for the continental trains over the past 6 months, and banking records that will be, shall we say, somewhat resistant to unofficial inquiry." "In other words," Mycroft replied, "you need me to abuse my position to facilitate your investigation. I prefer to think of it as using your considerable influence in the service of preventing an international incident. Surely that falls well within your official responsibilities, vague and undefined as they may be. Mycroft's lips twitched in what might have been amusement, or might have been indigestion. With him, it was often difficult to tell. Very well. I can have the information you require by tomorrow morning, but, Sherlock— His tone hardened. This must be handled with absolute discretion. If word leaks that British intelligence is investigating a counterfeiting ring operating through the postal service, the scandal will be nearly as bad as if the French discovered it themselves. Move quietly. Discretion, Holmes replied, rising and finishing his brandy in one swift motion, is my watchword. Well, perhaps not my primary watchword, but certainly in my top 10. Come, Watson. We have a railway firm to investigate and counterfeiters to catch, and the clock, as they say, is ticking. They left Mycroft in his leather throne, already composing mental telegrams that would set the machinery of government intelligence into motion. As they descended the silent stairs of the Diogenes Club and emerged once more into the noise and bustle of Pall Mall, Watson found himself reflecting on the strange alchemy that transformed a torn ticket and a dead man into a matter of state. "Holmes," he said as they walked toward a waiting hansom, "how did you know the notes were counterfeit? They looked perfectly genuine to me." Holmes glanced at him with that expression of fond exasperation that Watson had long since learned to interpret as affection. "The paper, Watson. Genuine Bank of England notes are printed on paper, manufactured by a specific mill, using a unique blend that includes certain fibers visible only under magnification. These notes used excellent paper, but not the correct paper. It is the difference between a masterpiece and a very good copy, undetectable to most, but fatal to those who know where to look. And you knew where to look. I made it my business to know, years ago, when I first took up this profession. Information, Watson, is the currency of my trade, and one must know genuine currency when one sees it, in all its forms." They climbed into the hansom, and as the horse clopped away toward Baker Street, through streets now beginning to glow with gas lamps against the gathering dusk, Watson contemplated the widening circle of this mystery. It had begun with a fragment of red card in a dead man's pocket, and had grown to encompass international relations, government intrigue, and the machinations of criminals who dealt not in violence, but in the subtle poison of counterfeit currency. And at the centre of it all was Holmes, following threads that no one else could see, pulling at the edges of a conspiracy with that peculiar mixture of genius and obsession that made him simultaneously the most brilliant and most exasperating man Watson had ever known. The game, indeed, was afoot, and it was playing out across a board that stretched from the fog-wrapped streets of London to the elegant boulevards of Paris, with stakes that extended far beyond one dead courier and his scarlet ticket. The morning of their departure dawned grey and hesitant, as if the sky itself were uncertain whether to commit to rain or merely threaten it indefinitely. A thoroughly English sort of weather that seemed designed to make travellers question the wisdom of their journeys. Baker Street stirred to life with its usual symphony of urban sounds, the milk cart rattling over cobblestones, the lamplighter making his rounds in reverse, extinguishing the gas lamps that had burned through the night, the distant whistle of trains carrying early workers to their various destinies. Watson had packed his bag the previous evening with the methodical care of a man who had travelled in far less comfortable circumstances than a first-class compartment on the Continental Express. His medical bag sat beside his valise, its presence a reassurance born of years, when being without it had sometimes meant the difference between life and death. Holmes's own preparations had been characteristically eccentric. He had packed what appeared to be disguises rather than clothes, a collection of wigs and false beards and spectacles that might transform him into a dozen different men, along with several reference books on French banking practices, and a bottle of what he claimed was an excellent Burgundy, but which Watson suspected was merely coloured water for some chemical experiment. Mycroft's promised information had arrived by special messenger at dawn, delivered by a young man who had the look of someone who worked in places where secrets were currency, and silence was golden. The envelope he carried bore no official seal, no identifying marks. It was simply heavy paper containing several typed pages that Holmes had immediately devoured, his eyes moving with the speed of a man reading a language he knew better than his own thoughts. Bannister and Sons, Holmes had murmured, scanning the documents while consuming his second cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent coffee, is owned by a consortium of investors, most of whom appear legitimate. But there, he tapped one name with a long finger, is our thread. Marcus Levering, listed as a minor shareholder, but with connections to several individuals who have brushed against the law without quite being caught by it. And here, passenger manifests for the Paris trains over the past 6 months. Notice the pattern, Watson. Watson had leaned over to examine the lists, seeing nothing but columns of names, dates, and ticket classes. I confess I see no pattern at all. Then you are not looking with sufficient attention to repetition? This name, Pierre Ducasse, appears 14 times, always travelling first class, always on the evening train. And this one, Margaret Hartwell, 10 times with the same regularity. These are not casual travellers, Watson. These are couriers, moving back and forth with the predictability of clock pendulums. They are the mechanism by which our counterfeiters ensure their false notes reach Paris safely. Now, standing on the platform at Victoria Station with their bags checked and their tickets in hand, Watson felt the familiar thrill of an investigation expanding beyond the boundaries of familiar ground. Holmes had insisted they travel under assumed names. Mr. Frederick Ashton and Dr. William Murray, businessmen with interests in French textiles. Their tickets were for a first-class compartment, which Holmes had explained would allow them to observe their fellow passengers without the crowding of second or third class that might limit their movements. The station was alive with the organized chaos of morning departure. Porters shouted in voices made hoarse by years of competing with steam whistles and the clatter of trolley wheels. A family argued over luggage that had mysteriously multiplied overnight. A young woman in widow's weeds stood motionless near a pillar, clutching a handkerchief as if it were a lifeline. An elderly gentleman complained loudly about the quality of modern railway services, while his long-suffering companion nodded with the patience of a man who had heard these complaints many times before. The Continental Express stood at platform 7, its locomotive breathing steam like some great mechanical dragon preparing for flight. The carriages gleamed with recent polishing, their windows reflecting the station's glass roof in fractured patterns of light and shadow. First-class compartments occupied the forward carriages, distinguished by their deeper upholstery and the small brass lamps that gave them an air of mobile drawing rooms. Holmes moved through the crowd with the ease of a man who had learned to disappear in plain sight, his eyes constantly scanning, cataloguing, assessing. Watson followed, noting how his friend's attention lingered on certain passengers. A businessman whose shoes were French-made, despite his English tweeds. A woman whose accent suggested Paris, though she claimed to be from Brighton. A porter who seemed more interested in watching passengers than in managing luggage. They found their compartment and settled in, Holmes taking the forward-facing seat that would allow him to observe anyone who passed in the corridor outside. The compartment smelled of leather and coal smoke, and the faint perfume of whatever previous occupant had sat here, layered over years of travel and countless journeys. The seat cushions gave slightly under Watson's weight, comfortable in the manner of furniture that had been used enough to adapt to human form. At precisely 9:30 a whistle blew, sharp and imperative, and the great locomotive lurched into motion with a groan of metal and a hiss of released steam. The platform began to slide past their window, gathering speed, and within moments Victoria Station was falling behind them as the train carried them south toward Dover and the Channel beyond. London unwrapped itself around them in layers. First, the grimy backs of buildings that faced the tracks. Washing hung in sooty courtyards, children who paused in their games to wave at the passing train. Then the city began to thin, the buildings growing shorter, separated by strips of struggling grass and the occasional tree that had somehow survived the city's expansion. The rhythm of the rails settled into a steady clatter, a hypnotic percussion that seemed designed to lull travellers into that peculiar state between waking and sleeping that train travel so often induced. Holmes, however, was far from drowsy. He sat with his eyes half closed, but Watson recognized this as his friend's hunting posture, the stillness of a predator waiting for prey to reveal itself. They had the compartment to themselves for the moment, but twice already Holmes had excused himself to walk the corridor, ostensibly stretching his legs, but actually, Watson knew, observing the other passengers, noting faces, cataloguing details. When Holmes returned from his second excursion, he settled back into his seat with an expression of satisfaction. "3 of them," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the train's clatter. 3 individuals who match the pattern. From Mycroft's passenger lists. They travel regularly, always first class, and they carry minimal luggage, nothing that would require checking with the baggage car. Whatever they transport, Watson, they keep close to hand. You believe they carry counterfeit notes. I believe they are part of the distribution network. The notes themselves likely travel in the mailbags, retrieved at the Paris terminal by Confederates. But these regular travellers, they are supervisors perhaps, or collectors of intelligence about police activities, or simply trusted members of the organization, ensuring that the system continues to function smoothly. Crime, Watson, like any successful enterprise, requires management. The landscape outside had transformed from urban sprawl to proper countryside now. Fields lying fallow under grey November skies, hedgerows marking ancient boundaries between properties, the occasional farmhouse standing stoic against the wind that bent the bare trees and set their branches to waving like the arms of desperate men signalling for rescue. A church steeple rose in the distance, marking some village whose name Watson would never know, whose inhabitants lived lives as far removed from counterfeiting conspiracies as the moon was from the Thames. They stopped briefly at Ashford, where the platform was nearly empty, save for a single passenger boarding. A gentleman in a heavy coat who moved with the careful precision of someone who had drunk too much the previous evening, and was determined not to show it. Holmes watched him pass their compartment with interest, then relaxed slightly. "Not one of ours," he said quietly. "Merely a man with regrets and a morning appointment he cannot cancel." The train resumed its journey, now angling toward Dover and the coast. The air coming through the small ventilation window above their heads began to carry a different quality, a hint of salt that spoke of the sea drawing near. Watson found himself wondering what Paris would be like. He had never been, his continental travels having been limited to his military service in places far less civilized than French cities. The prospect filled him with a mixture of anticipation and unease, the latter stemming from his lack of French language skills beyond the most basic phrases learned in school, and long since half forgotten. Holmes, naturally, spoke French with the fluency of a native, along with German, Italian, and what he claimed was passable Mandarin, though Watson had never heard him demonstrate that particular accomplishment. His friend's mind was a repository of knowledge, both useful and obscure, facts and skills acquired with the focused intensity he brought to everything that interested him, while entire realms of common knowledge, the fact that the Earth orbited the Sun, for instance, or the names of popular novelists, remained territory he had deliberately left unexplored as irrelevant to his work. Dover appeared gradually, the white cliffs, rising pale against the grey sky like ancient sentinels watching over the narrow channel that separated England from the continent. The town clustered around its harbour, a collection of buildings that seemed to lean toward France, as if eager to make the crossing themselves. The harbour was busy with vessels, steamships and sailing craft, fishing boats and ferries, all moving with purpose through water that looked cold and uninviting. The train slowed as it approached the dock where the Channel steamer waited, and passengers began gathering their belongings, with that mixture of relief at journey's end and anticipation of the next leg. Holmes and Watson descended to the platform, where porters immediately surrounded them with offers of assistance, hands reaching for luggage, voices competing in English and French and combinations of both. The crossing to Calais took nearly 2 hours, the steamer ploughing through grey water beneath grey skies, while seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries sharp and melancholy. Watson stood on deck for much of the journey, watching England diminish behind them until it was merely a pale line on the horizon, then disappear entirely as if it had been nothing but a dream of home. The wind was cold and carried spray that tasted of salt and distance. Other passengers huddled in the enclosed areas, seeking warmth and shelter. But Watson felt drawn to the open air, to the sense of crossing a threshold into territory unknown. Holmes joined him for a time, standing at the rail with his coat collar turned up against the wind, his sharp features set in an expression of concentration. "2 of our suspects are below," he said, his voice nearly lost in the wind and engine noise. "The 3rd remained in London. I saw him leave the train at Ashford, but the other 2 are definitely crossing. I saw them speaking briefly on the platform at Dover, though they pretended not to know each other. They are cautious, Watson, but not cautious enough. France announced itself first as a darkening of the horizon, a thickening of the line between sea and sky, and then gradually as actual land, solid and real. Calais emerged from the coastal haze, another harbour town, this one with a distinctly foreign character despite its geographical proximity to Dover. The buildings were different somehow, their architecture speaking a different language than their English counterparts. Even the light seemed changed, though whether this was actual variation or merely Watson's perception, coloured by knowledge of having crossed to another country, he could not say. The train, waiting at Calais to carry them to Paris, was grander than its English counterpart. Its carriages painted in deep blues and golds, its locomotive bearing brass fittings that gleamed despite the overcast day. French porters moved with a different rhythm, shouting in rapid French that defeated Watson's attempts at comprehension, but which Holmes navigated with ease, securing their luggage and guiding them to a first-class compartment that was, if anything, even more luxurious than the English version. The journey to Paris took the remainder of the afternoon, the French countryside unrolling outside their windows like a scroll painted in shades of brown and grey and muted green. Villages passed, each clustered around its church, fields stretched toward horizons marked by distant woodlands. The quality of light was different here, softer somehow, even filtered through November's gloom. Or perhaps it was simply that Watson was seeing it with a traveller's eyes, that peculiar vision that makes everything foreign seem somehow more vivid, more present, more itself. Holmes spent much of this leg of the journey in that state of alertness, disguised as repose, occasionally venturing into the corridor, but mostly sitting still, his mind clearly racing through possibilities and plans. Once he withdrew a small notebook and wrote rapidly for several minutes before tucking it away again with an expression of grim satisfaction. "The pattern becomes clearer," he murmured. "Our suspects are travelling separately now, maintaining the fiction of being strangers. But I observed one of them, the man calling himself Ducasse, enter the water closet shortly after we left Calais, and when he emerged he was carrying his case differently, as if its weight had changed. Either he retrieved something hidden there earlier, or he deposited something for later collection. The train itself is part of the mechanism, Watson. The carriages become temporary storage, the water closets and luggage racks become dead drops for messages or money. Paris announced itself long before it became visible. The train traffic increased, more tracks appearing beside their own, signals and switches multiplying. Then the outskirts began, industrial buildings giving way to residential areas, apartments rising in tall blocks that spoke of a city far more densely packed than London. The light was fading now, the late afternoon sliding toward evening, and gas lamps were being lit in windows, creating patterns of warmth against the grey stone facades. The Gare du Nord rose before them like a palace dedicated to arrival and departure, its vast arched roof of iron and glass echoing Victoria Station, but with a distinctly French grandeur. The locomotive released a long sigh of steam as it came to rest at the platform, and the carriage filled with the sound of passengers gathering belongings, straightening clothes, preparing to present themselves to Paris. Holmes was on his feet immediately, moving with purpose but not haste. "Stay close, Watson, and observe. Our suspects will be met, I think, by their Paris contacts. We need to see who greets them, where they go. This is where the operation's Paris end reveals itself." They descended to the platform, which was crowded with reuniting families, embracing couples, businessmen looking for porters, travellers standing bewildered with maps. The station was vast, its scale dwarfing even Victoria, and filled with an energy that felt distinctly foreign. The rapid French conversations, the different fashions, the smell of coffee and tobacco, and something indefinable that Watson's mind labelled simply as Paris. Holmes had positioned himself near a pillar from which he could observe the first-class carriages without being obvious about it. Watson stood beside him, trying to look like a tourist taking in the sights while actually watching the passengers disembark. There, the man Holmes had identified as Ducasse, moving through the crowd with his case held close. And there, the woman, Hartwell, walking separately but with the same purposeful direction. Both were met, though by different individuals. Ducasse by a thin man in a worker's cap, who might have been a porter, but whose conversation seemed too familiar for that relationship. Hartwell by a well-dressed woman who embraced her briefly before they moved off together toward the station's grand entrance hall. "Follow the man," Holmes whispered urgently. "I'll take the women. We'll meet at the hotel, the Grand Hotel du Louvre. I've taken rooms there. If you lose them, don't attempt to follow into unfamiliar territory. Simply return to the hotel and wait." Before Watson could protest, Holmes had melted into the crowd, moving with that peculiar gift he had of becoming invisible, despite his distinctive appearance. Watson was left to pursue Ducasse and his contact, keeping them in sight while maintaining enough distance not to alert them to his surveillance. They moved through the station's magnificent entrance hall, where the ceiling soared high above, decorated with frescoes that caught the light from gas chandeliers. The floor was marble, polished to a shine that reflected the moving crowds in ghostly suggestion. Ducasse and his companion walked steadily toward an exit that opened onto a street loud with traffic. Horse-drawn cabs and omnibuses and private carriages competing for space, while pedestrians dodged between them with the practiced skill of urban dwellers everywhere. Watson followed them outside into air that was noticeably milder than London's, carrying scents of baking bread and roasting coffee and horse dung and the particular smell of cities that have existed for centuries. The buildings were tall, their facades decorated with ornate balconies and shuttered windows. Street lamps were being lit by men with long poles, creating pools of yellow light in the gathering dusk. Ducasse and his companion walked for several blocks, turning corners with the confidence of men who knew their route well. Watson followed, his military training serving him well as he maintained surveillance without being obvious about it. They passed cafes where people sat at outdoor tables despite the November chill, drinking wine and coffee, smoking, talking with animated gestures. They passed shops closing for the evening, their proprietors pulling down shutters and locking doors. They passed a church where evening bells were ringing, calling the faithful to vespers. Finally, they turned into a narrow street lined with apartment buildings, their ground floors occupied by various businesses: a baker, a tobacconist, a shop selling fabrics. Ducasse and his companion entered one of these buildings through an unmarked door between a cafe and a wine merchant. Watson memorized the address, the landmarks, the distinguishing features. Then, judging it too risky to linger, he retraced his steps toward the broader boulevards, where he might find a cab to carry him to the hotel. Paris unfolded around him as he walked, strange and familiar simultaneously. A city that was clearly a great metropolis like London, yet distinctly itself, with its own rhythm, its own character, its own secrets. He found a cab, eventually, After several attempts to make his destination understood through a combination of fractured French and emphatic pointing, at a card bearing the hotel's name that Holmes had thoughtfully provided. The driver nodded, said something rapid and incomprehensible, and they were off through streets that grew progressively grander, the buildings more ornate, until they arrived at a hotel whose facade suggested luxury and discretion in equal measure. Holmes was already there, pacing their suite with the restless energy of a man whose mind would not be still. "Excellent, Watson. You followed them successfully? Where did they go?" Watson provided the address and his observations, while Holmes listened with total attention, occasionally nodding or asking for clarification on some detail. When Watson finished, Holmes moved to the window and stood, looking out at Paris spread below them, the city's lights beginning to multiply as night established itself. "They're organizing the distribution," Holmes said quietly. "The notes arrive via the mailbags, are retrieved by Confederates at the station, then dispersed through networks of minor criminals and corrupt shopkeepers who introduce them into circulation. The women I followed went to an address in a respectable neighborhood, likely where the operation's mastermind resides. Tomorrow, Watson, we begin to dismantle this carefully constructed machine. But tonight, we rest and plan. Paris has many eyes, and we must move carefully if we are to avoid alerting our quarry before we've identified all the players." They dined in the hotel's restaurant, where Watson discovered that French cuisine was indeed everything its reputation suggested: subtle flavors, careful preparation, wine that made English port seem crude by comparison. Holmes barely noticed what he ate, his mind clearly elsewhere, working through scenarios and possibilities. After dinner, they retired to their suite, where Holmes spread out a map of Paris and began marking locations based on their observations. "The distribution points form a pattern," he murmured, drawing lines between addresses. "They've divided Paris into territories, each managed by different lieutenants. It's organized like a business, Watson, because it is a business. Crime has evolved beyond the simple theft and violence of the past. These are criminals who understand economics, supply chains, and risk management. They're producing a product, counterfeit currency, and distributing it through established channels. It's almost admirable in its efficiency, if one could divorce the methodology from its illegality and its consequences." Watson watched his friend work, marveling as always at the machine-like precision of Holmes's mind, the way he could take scattered observations and weave them into coherent understanding. Outside, Paris settled into its evening rhythms, the sounds of traffic diminishing, the cafes filling with nighttime patrons, the city transforming itself from workplace to playground. "We'll need help," Holmes said finally, rolling up the map. "French police contacts, but carefully chosen. Someone outside the regular channels who might be compromised. Mycroft will have provided names in his documents. Tomorrow, we make contact, establish cooperation, and begin to tighten the net. But for now, sleep. Even consulting detectives require rest occasionally, though I'll confess it always seems like time wasted when there's work to be done." Watson retired to his room, which was decorated in the French style, elegant, slightly ornate, comfortable. Through the window he could see Paris spread out below, a city of secrets and light. And somewhere in those streets, criminals moved with confidence, unaware that their carefully constructed conspiracy was already beginning to unravel. He fell asleep, thinking of torn red tickets and counterfeit currency, of foggy London mornings and Dover's white cliffs, of the strange adventure that had carried them across the channel and into the heart of something that threatened to damage relations between nations. And as sleep claimed him, his last conscious thought was gratitude that he was here, involved in this, sharing in whatever came next with the most extraordinary man he had ever known. Outside, Paris dreamed its ancient dreams, and the Scarlet conspiracy continued its work, unaware that its days were numbered. Morning in Paris arrived with a gentleness that London rarely afforded, the light filtering through lace curtains in shades of pearl and gold that made even Watson's modest hotel room seem transformed into something from a painting. The sounds rising from the street below were distinctly foreign, yet somehow familiar. The musical cry of vendors hawking fresh bread, the clip-clop of horses pulling delivery carts, voices conversing in rapid French that flowed like water over stones, all melody and incomprehensible meaning. Watson rose and performed his morning ablutions, finding that even the simple act of washing one's face felt different in Paris. The water somehow softer, the towels more luxurious, or perhaps it was merely that travel lent even mundane rituals a sense of novelty. He dressed carefully, choosing clothes appropriate for a businessman abroad, nothing too formal, nothing that would draw attention, the uniform of respectable anonymity that Holmes had insisted they maintain. When he entered their suite sitting room, he found Holmes already awake and dressed, seated at a small writing desk with papers spread before him. Mycroft's documents, maps of Paris marked with Holmes's spidery notations, and what appeared to be a list of names written in his brother's distinctive hand. A pot of coffee sat cooling on the side table, and the remains of a croissant suggested Holmes had eaten, though knowing his friend's habits during investigations, Watson suspected it was the first food he'd consumed since their dinner the previous evening. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up from his papers. "Excellent timing. I've been reviewing Mycroft's intelligence, and I believe I've identified our primary contact within the French police. Inspector Alphonse Garnier of the Sûreté. According to my brother's notes, Garnier is both competent and incorruptible, rare qualities in any police force, but particularly valuable in matters touching on international intrigue. We have an appointment with him at 10 o'clock at a café near the Palais de Justice." Watson poured himself coffee from the pot, finding it strong and slightly bitter in the French manner, quite different from the English breakfast blend Mrs. Hudson favoured. "You've been busy this morning?" Sleep seemed redundant when there was work to be done. "While you were enjoying your rest, and I say this without criticism, Watson, for you have the soldier's wisdom of sleeping when opportunity permits, I took the liberty of making inquiries with the hotel staff regarding the addresses we identified yesterday. The building where your man Ducasse went is known locally as housing several import-export businesses, legitimate on the surface, but suspected by neighbourhood gossip of involvement in less savoury activities. The address where I followed the women is owned by a Monsieur Henri Corbeau, who claims to be a retired banker, but whose lifestyle suggests income beyond what a pension would provide. "Corbeau," Watson repeated, testing the pronunciation. "The Crow. Rather an ominous name. The French do have a gift for appropriate nomenclature. Our Monsieur Corbeau is, I suspect, the spider at the centre of this particular web, though proving it will require more than suspicion and theatrical surnames. We must trace the counterfeit notes to their source, identify all the key players in both London and Paris, and dismantle the operation in a manner that prevents diplomatic embarrassment while ensuring the criminals face justice. A delicate balance, Watson, rather like performing surgery while juggling. They breakfasted properly in the hotel dining room, where Watson discovered that French breakfast was a revelation. Fresh bread that seemed to have been baked by angels, butter that tasted of cream and flowers, jam that captured the essence of summer fruit. Holmes ate mechanically, his attention clearly elsewhere, but Watson allowed himself to savour the meal, reasoning that they might be facing a long day of surveillance and investigation during which proper food would be scarce. The cafe where they were to meet Inspector Garnier was located in the Latin Quarter, a neighbourhood of narrow streets and ancient buildings where students from the Sorbonne mingled with artists and writers and the general population of Bohemians that Paris seemed to attract like iron filings to a magnet. The morning was cool, but clear, the sky a pale blue that suggested winter was approaching, but had not yet fully arrived. They walked part of the way, Holmes insisting that one learned more about a city on foot than from any carriage, and Watson found himself charmed by Paris in daylight. The elegant architecture, the tree-lined boulevards, the sense that around every corner might be discovered something beautiful or interesting, or both. The cafe itself was a small establishment tucked between a bookshop and a wine merchant, its outdoor tables occupied, despite the November chill, by Parisians who apparently considered coffee and cigarettes and conversation sufficient defence against cold weather. Inside, the air was warm and thick with tobacco smoke, and the rich aroma of coffee being prepared with what seemed like religious devotion. Small round tables crowded the space, most occupied by individuals reading newspapers or writing in notebooks, the cafe serving as office and social club simultaneously. Inspector Garnier sat at a corner table, identifiable by both Mycroft's description. A man in his 40s with a military moustache and the upright posture of someone who had spent years in uniform. And by the way, his eyes tracked their entrance with professional assessment. He rose as they approached, extending his hand first to Holmes, then to Watson, his grip firm, his expression serious. "Messieurs Holmes and Watson," he said, in accented but excellent English. "Your reputation precedes you, Monsieur Holmes. When I received the communication from your government regarding your investigation, I confess I was both intrigued and concerned. The matter of counterfeit currency is serious enough, but when it involves international complications, it becomes, how do you say, a powder keg requiring careful handling." They settled at the table, and Garnier ordered coffee for them all, with a rapid exchange in French that left the waiter nodding vigorously. When the coffee arrived, served in small cups that seemed designed for sipping rather than drinking, Holmes leaned forward, his voice low enough not to carry beyond their table. "Inspector, I appreciate your willingness to meet discreetly. As I'm sure you understand, the success of this investigation depends upon our ability to act before the criminals realize we've identified their operation. I presume you've received the samples of counterfeit notes that were sent ahead by diplomatic pouch." Garnier nodded, his expression grim. "I have examined them with our experts. The quality is exceptional, too exceptional. These are not the work of common criminals operating from some basement workshop. The paper, the engraving, the attention to detail, this suggests an operation with significant resources and expertise. We estimate that perhaps £10,000 in false notes have been introduced into the French economy over the past 6 months. Maybe more. Enough to cause concern, but not so much as to trigger widespread alarm. Whoever orchestrates this is intelligent, patient, thinking in terms of sustained profit rather than quick gains. Holmes sipped his coffee, his eyes distant with thought. We have identified several key players in London. The courier who died, likely murdered to prevent his exposure of the scheme, and several regular travellers between London and Paris who we believe facilitate the distribution. Here in Paris, we have 2 addresses that appear to be central to the operation. What we lack is the complete picture, the source of the counterfeit notes, the full extent of the network, and most crucially, the identity of the mastermind coordinating everything. Monsieur Corbeau, Garnier said, and Watson noted that Holmes showed no surprise at the inspector's knowledge of the name. We have suspected him for some time of involvement in various enterprises that exist in that grey area between legal and criminal. He is careful, always operating through intermediaries, never directly touching the illegal goods or activities. His home is watched, but discreetly. We do not wish to alert him that he is under suspicion. And the building where the counterfeit notes are likely being stored and distributed? Holmes asked, withdrawing a small notebook and referring to the address Watson had identified the previous evening. That location is known to us as well. Several businesses operate there, most legitimate. But we have reason to believe that the 3rd floor, supposedly occupied by an import-export firm dealing in textiles, is actually used for other purposes. We have never obtained sufficient evidence for a warrant, but your investigation provides us with new justification. French law, however, requires that we proceed carefully. An improper search could result in evidence being ruled inadmissible. Watson listened to this exchange with growing respect for the complexity of what they were attempting. It was not simply a matter of identifying criminals and arresting them. It was a dance of legal requirements, diplomatic sensitivities, and the need to gather ironclad evidence that would withstand scrutiny in both English and French courts. "What we require," Holmes said, setting down his coffee cup with a definitive click against its saucer, "is surveillance and patience. We must observe the operation in action, document the flow of counterfeit notes from point of origin to distribution, and identify all key participants. Only then can we move to shut down the entire network simultaneously, preventing any portion from escaping or destroying evidence." Garnier nodded slowly. "This will require resources, officers for surveillance, cooperation between our forces, and most delicately, agreement from our respective governments that this operation serves both nations' interests. I can provide the French resources, but you must ensure that London understands the political implications of what we are undertaking." "My brother," Holmes said with a slight smile, "occupies a position within the British government that, while unofficial, carries considerable authority in precisely such matters. He has already provided assurances through appropriate channels that full cooperation will be extended. What remains is the actual work of investigation and evidence gathering." They spent the next hour planning their approach, Garnier producing a map of Paris on which he marked the locations under surveillance, the likely routes used by couriers, and the patterns of movement that had been observed but not yet understood. Holmes added his own observations from the previous day, and gradually a picture emerged of an operation that was both sophisticated and vulnerable, sophisticated in its organization, but vulnerable precisely because of that organization's complexity. Every moving part was a potential point of failure, every participant a possible source of evidence. "There is one element we must address urgently," Holmes said as their meeting drew toward its conclusion. "The dead courier in London, I believe he was murdered, though the method remains unclear. Poison seems likely, but the police surgeon found no obvious traces. Watson, your medical expertise would be valuable here. Is there a poison that could produce sudden death without leaving obvious signs?" Watson considered the question, his mind sorting through pharmacological knowledge acquired during his medical training and subsequent years of practice. "Several, actually. Certain plant alkaloids, aconitine, for instance, derived from monkshood, can produce rapid cardiac arrest with minimal external symptoms. Digitalis in sufficient quantity could do the same. The difficulty is administration. Most such poisons have bitter tastes that would be noticed if introduced into food or drink." "Unless," Holmes interjected, "the victim was already consuming something bitter enough to mask the taste. Coffee, perhaps? Or patent medicine? Or, unless the poison was administered by injection, a small puncture mark would be easily overlooked during a cursory examination, particularly if the examiner was not looking for it." Garnier had been listening with interest. "You believe this courier was murdered to silence him? That he had become a liability?" "I believe he either discovered more about the operation than was safe for him to know, or he attempted to extract additional payment for his silence. Blackmail, essentially. Either way, he became a problem that required a permanent solution. The torn ticket in his pocket was likely his insurance policy, a piece of evidence he kept as protection, but in the end, it was insufficient to save him." The inspector's expression darkened. "If they have killed once, they won't hesitate to kill again if they feel threatened. We must move carefully, but also quickly. The longer our investigation continues, the greater the risk that our activities will be noticed and the criminals will scatter or destroy evidence." They agreed to reconvene the following morning to review the results of the first day's surveillance. Garnier would deploy officers to watch the key locations, documenting everyone who entered or exited, while Holmes and Watson would conduct their own observations, using their status as foreign visitors to move through Paris without attracting the suspicion that French police might generate. As they left the cafe and emerged into midday Paris, Watson found himself reflecting on the strange nature of their work. How quickly a simple death in London had expanded into an international investigation involving 2 police forces, diplomatic channels, and a conspiracy that threatened to damage relations between nations. And at the center of it all was Holmes, moving through complexity with the confidence of a man who saw patterns where others saw only chaos. They spent the afternoon conducting what Holmes called reconnaissance, walking past the addresses under suspicion, observing without appearing to observe, noting details about the buildings, their occupants, and their routines. The import-export business, that likely served as a front for the distribution operation, appeared legitimate from the outside, with goods being loaded and unloaded, workers coming and going with the regular rhythm of commercial activity. But Holmes pointed out small anomalies, the fact that certain workers never actually carried anything, that some visitors entered through the front, but left through a rear entrance in the alley behind, that the windows on the 3rd floor were always curtained, despite the business supposedly dealing in textiles that would benefit from good light. "They are confident," Holmes observed as they paused at a cafe across the street, ordering coffee they didn't particularly want, simply to justify their presence. Confidence born of success, and the belief that they have covered their tracks adequately. It is a dangerous state of mind for criminals, for it makes them careless, and carelessness is the investigator's greatest ally. As evening approached and the light began to fade, they witnessed something that confirmed Holmes's suspicions. A man whom Watson recognized from the train, one of the regular travellers identified in Mycroft's passenger manifest, entered the building carrying a leather document case. He emerged 15 minutes later without the case, but with a different demeanour. His shoulders relaxed, his pace more leisurely, the posture of someone who's completed a task and feels the relief of burden lifted. "The delivery," Holmes murmured, "fresh counterfeit notes arriving from London, transported by courier, deposited for distribution. If we could intercept that case, Watson, we would have direct evidence of the conspiracy. But to do so would alert them that we are onto their scheme. No, we must let this transaction complete, document it, and wait for the pattern to repeat. Patience, Watson, is often more valuable than action in such matters." They returned to their hotel as darkness settled over Paris, the city transforming itself with the lighting of gas lamps and the opening of restaurants and cafes that came alive in the evening hours. In their suite, Holmes immediately set about writing a detailed report of the day's observations, his pen scratching rapidly across paper as he documented every relevant detail. Watson, feeling the fatigue of a long day spent walking and observing, settled into a comfortable chair and found himself reflecting on the nature of their investigation. It was, he realized, like watching a complex machine from the outside, seeing the gears turn and the wheel spin, but not yet understanding the mechanism that drove it all. They had identified many of the parts, the couriers, the distribution points, the likely mastermind in Monsieur Corbeau, but the central question remained unanswered. Where were the counterfeit notes actually being produced? That was the heart of the operation, the source from which everything else flowed. And until they identified it, the conspiracy couldn't be truly dismantled. "Holmes," he said, interrupting his friend's writing, "we've been focusing on distribution and transportation. But what about production? Where are these notes actually being made? The quality suggests sophisticated equipment. Printing presses, engraving tools, supplies of the proper paper and ink. Such an operation would require space, would generate noise and smell, and would leave traces. Surely that's our most vulnerable link." Holmes looked up, and Watson saw approval in his eyes. "Excellent reasoning, Watson. You've identified the very question that has been troubling me. The production facility must exist, and it must be substantial enough to produce notes of this quality in sufficient quantity. Yet, it must also be hidden, for the Sûreté would surely have discovered it if it were operating openly in Paris. Could it be elsewhere, outside Paris, in some rural location? Possible, but unlikely. The logistics would be complicated. Transporting supplies in, bringing finished notes out, all without attracting attention. No, I believe it's here in Paris, hidden in plain sight, disguised as something legitimate. A print shop, perhaps, or a publisher. Some business where the presence of printing equipment would not arouse suspicion." They discussed possibilities late into the evening, Holmes pacing the room with that restless energy that possessed him during investigations. Watson offering suggestions drawn from his more practical, less theoretical approach to problems. Somewhere in Paris, criminals were going about their business, confident in their security, unaware that the net was drawing tighter around them with each passing hour. The following morning brought new developments. A message arrived from Inspector Garnier requesting an urgent meeting, and when they arrived at the designated café, a different location from the previous day, a precaution against observation, they found the French detective with an expression that combined excitement and concern in equal measure. "We have had a breakthrough," he announced, without preamble once they were seated. One of the men under surveillance, a small-time criminal known for his involvement in receiving stolen goods, was arrested last night on an unrelated charge. During questioning, he mentioned, quite casually, that he had been offered work by someone connected to the English operation. My officer, alert to our investigation, pressed for details, and the man, hoping for leniency on his current charges, provided an address where he was told to report if he wanted the work. Holmes leaned forward, his intensity palpable. The address. Garnier consulted his notebook. A print shop in Montmartre, operated by a man named Leblanc. On the surface, entirely legitimate. They print posters, advertisements, small runs of books. But Montmartre is a neighborhood where questions are not asked, and authorities are not welcomed. It would be an ideal location for a clandestine operation. "We must move carefully," Holmes cautioned. "If we raid the print shop prematurely and find nothing, we alert the entire network. But if we wait too long, they may move or destroy evidence." "Inspector, can you obtain a warrant based on this information?" "With difficulty, but yes. However, French law requires that I demonstrate probable cause, and the word of a criminal hoping for leniency may not be sufficient. What we need is corroborating evidence, something that directly connects this print shop to the counterfeit currency." Holmes was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes distant. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his sharp features. "I have an idea," he said softly, "though it requires us to act quickly and with coordination between our forces. Watson, how would you feel about making a purchase from a print shop in Montmartre? Something innocent. Calling cards, perhaps, that would give us reason to observe their operation first-hand." Watson felt a familiar thrill of anticipation. "I'm at your service, as always." "Excellent. Inspector Garnier, I'll need 2 of your most reliable officers, preferably ones who can appear to be workmen or labourers, and we'll need to move this afternoon, while there's still adequate light. If my theory is correct, we're about to see the heart of this operation laid bare." As they finalized their plan, Watson found himself marveling once again at Holmes's ability to transform scattered information into actionable strategy, to see connections that remained invisible to others, to turn theory into evidence through careful, methodical investigation. The Scarlet ticket that had begun this adventure lay somewhere back in London, but its implications had led them here, to a print shop in Montmartre, where the threads of conspiracy were finally beginning to unravel. The game, as Holmes would say, was reaching its critical phase, and Watson felt privileged to play his part in bringing criminals to justice and preventing a diplomatic disaster that might have damaged relations between nations. Outside, Paris continued its daily life, unaware of the drama unfolding in its streets, the careful dance of investigation and criminal enterprise that would soon reach its resolution. But first, they had a print shop to visit and evidence to gather, and Watson found himself checking his pocket watch with anticipation, counting the hours until afternoon when they would make their move. Montmartre in the afternoon possessed a character distinctly its own, separate from the elegant boulevards and grand architecture of central Paris. The neighbourhood clung to its hill like a village that had been absorbed by the city, but refused to surrender its identity, its narrow streets winding upward past buildings that seemed to lean against each other for support, their facades painted in colours that might once have been cheerful, but had faded under years of weather and neglect. Artists worked at easels on street corners, capturing scenes of Parisian life. Wine shops and cafes spilled their patrons onto the sidewalks, and somewhere in the distance the white domes of Sacré-Cœur rose against the grey November sky, a church still under construction that promised to crown the hill with sanctity when completed. Watson walked beside Holmes through these streets, both men dressed less formally than usual. Holmes having insisted they appear as middle-class businessmen, rather than the gentlemen their usual attire suggested. Inspector Garnier's officers followed at a discreet distance, dressed as labourers, their presence unremarkable in a neighbourhood where working men were the majority. The plan they had constructed over coffee that morning was simple in concept, but complex in execution, requiring timing, observation, and the ability to adapt should circumstances require it. The print shop, operated by Monsieur Leblanc, occupied the ground floor of a building whose upper stories housed what appeared to be apartments, laundry hanging from windows, children's voices echoing from somewhere above. The shop's front window displayed samples of their work, posters advertising theatrical performances, business cards for local merchants, small notices for rooms to let or services offered. Through the glass, Watson could see a counter where a young clerk stood sorting papers, and beyond him, partially visible through a doorway, the shapes of printing presses, their metal forms catching the light that filtered through the shop's interior. "Observe the back of the building as we approach," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible above the street noise. "There, do you see? A loading door, currently closed, but note the wear on the cobblestones before it. Heavy traffic, Watson, more than a small print shop would typically generate. And look at the upper windows, those that face the rear courtyard. They're covered not with curtains, but with what appears to be black paint or paper, blocking all view inside. Why would a print shop require such absolute privacy?" Watson noted these details, his military training allowing him to catalogue information while maintaining the appearance of casual interest. They entered the shop, a bell above the door announcing their arrival with a cheerful jingle that seemed at odds with the serious nature of their mission. The interior smelled of ink and paper and machine oil, familiar scents from any printing establishment. But underneath was something else, something chemical that Watson couldn't immediately identify. The clerk who approached them was young, perhaps 20, with ink-stained fingers and the slightly hunched posture of someone who spent long hours bent over close work. His French was rapid as he asked how he might assist them, and Holmes responded with equal fluency, explaining that they were English businessmen temporarily in Paris who required calling cards printed, perhaps 200 of each, suitable quality, but nothing extravagant. The clerk nodded, producing samples of cardstock and typefaces, spreading them on the counter for Holmes's inspection. While this transaction occurred, Watson let his attention wander, apparently admiring the samples displayed around the shop, but actually observing everything he could about the establishment's layout and operation. The doorway leading to the back rooms was partially open, and through it he could see 2 printing presses, both idle at the moment, and beyond them, a staircase leading upward into darkness. A man emerged from the back rooms, older than the clerk, perhaps 50, with grey hair and spectacles that magnified his eyes to an unsettling degree. He wore an apron stained with years of ink, and his hands, when he placed them on the counter, bore the permanent shadows that marked anyone who worked extensively with printing. This, Watson assumed, was Leblanc himself, the proprietor whose establishment might be producing some of the finest counterfeit currency anyone had seen. "English gentleman," Leblanc said, his accent thicker than the clerk's, but his English serviceable. "We are honoured to serve you. You desire calling cards, yes? We can produce excellent work, very fine, and at reasonable cost. When would you require them?" "Within 3 days, if possible," Holmes replied, examining the cardstock samples with the attention of someone for whom such details genuinely mattered. "We're conducting business in Paris for a fortnight and find ourselves in need of proper introductions. Quality is more important than speed, however. We would prefer to wait longer for superior work than to rush and receive inferior results." Leblanc's eyes brightened at this. Clearly, he was a man who took pride in his craft, or at least enjoyed customers who appreciated quality over economy. 3 days is quite sufficient for calling cards, monsieur. We have excellent equipment, very modern, and our engraving work is—" He paused, seeming to search for the appropriate word. "Is of the highest standard. You will not be disappointed." "Your engraving capabilities are extensive, then?" Holmes asked, his tone casual, but his attention razor-sharp. "I ask because we may have additional requirements during our stay. Invitations, perhaps, or announcement cards, items that require more detailed work than simple calling cards." "We can accommodate any requirement," Leblanc assured him, and Watson detected a note of pride bordering on arrogance in the man's voice. "Our facilities are comprehensive. I trained in Switzerland, you understand, where printing is considered an art as much as a trade. The precision, the attention to detail, these are what separate competent work from masterpieces." Switzerland. The word hung in the air, and Watson saw Holmes's eyes flicker with recognition. Swiss printing was renowned for its quality, particularly in the production of banknotes and securities. A printer trained in Switzerland would possess exactly the skills necessary to produce counterfeit currency of exceptional quality. As they finalized the details of their order, Holmes providing false names and the hotel's address for delivery, Watson noticed movement in the back room. Another man had appeared, younger than Leblanc, carrying what appeared to be a box of supplies. He set it down near one of the printing presses, and Watson caught a glimpse of its contents. Sheets of paper, blank but of a quality and colour that seemed familiar. The same distinctive shade he had seen in the counterfeit banknotes examined in London. The transaction completed, they departed with promises that their cards would be delivered within 3 days, payment to be collected upon delivery. Outside, they walked casually until they had turned 2 corners and were certain they had not been followed, then ducked into a small café where Inspector Garnier waited, reading a newspaper and nursing a glass of wine that appeared untouched. "Well?" the inspector asked as they joined him, his voice low despite the cafe's noise, providing natural cover for their conversation. "It's the source," Holmes said with certainty. "LeBlanc is our master counterfeiter. He has the skills, the equipment, and I suspect if we could examine those upper rooms, the ones with the painted windows, we would find the plates used to print the false notes, supplies of the appropriate paper and ink, and likely samples of finished currency awaiting transport to London." Garnier nodded slowly. "This gives us probable cause for a warrant. I can have one by this evening. But we must coordinate carefully. If we raid only the print shop, the distribution network will be alerted and will disperse. We need to strike simultaneously at all key locations." "Agreed," Holmes said. "The import-export business, Corbeau's residence, and this print shop, all at the same time. Tomorrow morning, early, before the criminals have fully woken, and while they feel secure in their routines. We'll also need to arrest the couriers in London. Lestrade can coordinate that end once we send word that the Paris operation is being shut down." They spent the remainder of the afternoon planning the operation with military precision. Garnier would command the raid on the print shop, bringing sufficient officers to secure the building and prevent anyone from escaping or destroying evidence. Holmes and Watson would accompany the team hitting the import-export business, as Holmes's knowledge of the operation would be valuable in identifying what evidence to seize. A third team would take Corbeau's residence, and Garnier himself would handle the delicate matter of arresting a man with social standing and political connections. "There is one element we must not forget," Watson interjected as they reviewed the plan. "The murder in London. If we're correct that the courier was poisoned, someone in this organization is a killer. These people have shown they're willing to use lethal force to protect their operation. We must assume they'll be dangerous when cornered." Garnier's expression grew grim. "My officers will be armed and prepared for resistance. But you are correct, Dr. Watson. Desperation makes even businessmen into dangerous men. We will proceed with all necessary caution." As evening fell and they returned to their hotel to wait for morning, Holmes composed a lengthy telegram to Mycroft, detailing everything they had discovered and requesting that Lestrade be instructed to arrest the London end of the operation simultaneously with the Paris raids. The telegram was encrypted using a code that only the Holmes brothers understood, a precaution against the possibility that their communications might be intercepted. Watson found sleep elusive that night, his mind replaying the day's events and anticipating what tomorrow might bring. He had been with Holmes on many investigations, but few had carried such weight of international consequence. If they succeeded, they would prevent a diplomatic incident and bring a sophisticated criminal organization to justice. If they failed, if the criminals escaped or destroyed evidence, the repercussions could damage Anglo-French relations at a time when both nations needed cooperation in an increasingly complex world. Morning arrived with reluctant grey light, the sun rising somewhere behind thick clouds that promised rain but had not yet delivered on the threat. Watson rose early, dressed carefully, and found Holmes already awake, standing at the window and watching Paris stir to life below. His friend had the look of a hunting hound scenting its quarry, focused, alert, alive with anticipation. "Today," Holmes said without turning from the window, "we dismantle a conspiracy that has been months or perhaps years in the building. It seems almost unfair, does it not, that so much effort should be undone by a torn ticket and a curious mind? Justice, Watson replied, is often unfair to those who break the law. That's rather the point of it. They met Garnier and his officers at a café near the print shop at 6 o'clock, when Montmartre was still mostly asleep, only the earliest workers and the latest revellers occupying the streets. The plan was to strike at 7 precisely, giving the criminals time to arrive at their various locations, but not time to conduct business that might complicate the arrests. The team assembled was impressive. 12 officers for the print shop, 8 for the import-export business, 6 for Corbeau's residence. All were armed, all had been briefed on what they were seeking, all understood the political sensitivity of the operation. Garnier reviewed the plan one final time, his voice carrying the authority of a military commander preparing troops for battle. At precisely 7 o'clock, they moved. The print shop's door was locked, but Garnier's officers made short work of it, the wood splintering under a battering ram that one burly constable wielded with practised efficiency. They poured inside, Watson and Holmes following, finding the young clerk they had seen the previous day just arriving for work, his face transforming from sleepy confusion to terror as he realized what was occurring. "Secure him," Garnier commanded in French, and 2 officers moved to comply, while the rest spread through the building, searching for Leblanc and any other occupants. Shouts echoed from above as officers climbed the stairs to the upper floors, and Watson heard a door slam, followed by the sound of furniture being overturned. Holmes moved immediately to the back rooms, Watson following, and there they found the print shop's true nature revealed. The 2 presses visible from the front were indeed for legitimate work, but behind a false wall, now broken open by officers who had found its seam, was a 3rd press, smaller but more sophisticated, surrounded by carefully organized supplies. Sheets of paper that matched exactly the stock used for Bank of England notes, bottles of ink in precise shades, and most damningly a metal plate engraved with such precision that Watson could see, even from several feet away, that it bore the image of a £5 note in perfect detail. "The master plate," Holmes murmured, bending to examine it without touching. "Beautiful work, really. Leblanc is a master craftsman who turned his skills to criminal purpose. What art might he have created had he chosen a legal path?" Upstairs, the officers had found Leblanc himself, attempting to escape through a window that led to the roof. He was dragged back inside, protesting in rapid French that Watson couldn't follow, his face flushed with fury and fear. More evidence was discovered in the upper rooms, boxes of finished counterfeit notes, ledgers documenting production and distribution, correspondence between Leblanc and his associates in London that laid out the conspiracy in explicit detail. The raid on the import-export business yielded similar results. Counterfeit notes in various stages of distribution, more ledgers, and 3 men who were caught in the act of preparing packages for delivery to various merchants around Paris. They attempted to flee, but were quickly apprehended, the building surrounded by officers who had anticipated exactly such an attempt. Corbeau's residence proved more complicated. The man himself was not home. His servants claimed he had left the previous evening for his country estate, and was not expected back for several days. Whether this was truth or coordinated flight remained unclear, but Garnier obtained permission to search the premises and found an office containing correspondence that implicated Corbeau in the conspiracy's management, along with bank records showing payments to Leblanc, and others that could only be explained as payment for criminal services. "We'll find him," Garnier said grimly as they stood in Corbeau's study, examining documents that represented years of careful criminal enterprise. "He cannot hide forever, and now that we know his guilt, he becomes a fugitive. The French police are quite skilled at finding fugitives, I assure you." By noon, the operation was complete. 14 arrests had been made in Paris, including Leblanc and several of his key distributors. Word had arrived by telegram from London that Lestrade had successfully arrested the couriers and several members of Bannister and Sons who had been complicit in the scheme. The evidence seized was substantial, enough to ensure convictions in both English and French courts, enough to dismantle the entire network beyond any possibility of its resurrection. Holmes and Watson stood in the print shop, now quiet after the morning's chaos, and surveyed what they had accomplished. The presses sat silent, the evidence tagged and being loaded into police wagons, the building that had been the heart of a criminal conspiracy, now merely an empty shell, awaiting whatever fate the law would assign it. "It began with a torn ticket," Watson said quietly. "A small thing, really. A fragment of red card in a dead man's pocket. But small things, Watson, are often the threads by which great conspiracies unravel. The courier, whatever his name was, for we still have not identified him, thought that ticket would protect him. Instead, it became his memorial, the clue that led us here." Holmes paused, his gaze distant. I wonder if he knew, in those final moments, what he had set in motion. "You believe he was murdered, then? We still have no proof of how he died." "I believe the autopsy in London will reveal a small puncture mark, easily overlooked, perhaps between the toes or behind the ear, somewhere that casual examination would miss. And I believe analysis of his blood will show traces of aconitine or a similar alkaloid. Whoever killed him was skilled, clinical, treating murder as simply another problem requiring solution. One of Corbeau's people, most likely, someone who understood that the courier had become a liability and dealt with him as one would deal with any faulty component in a machine. They returned to their hotel that afternoon, exhausted but satisfied, finding a telegram from Mycroft waiting for them. It was brief, in the manner of communications from someone for whom words were tools to be used efficiently. "Congratulations, diplomatic disaster averted. French grateful. Return when convenient. M.H." "Typical Mycroft," Holmes said with a slight smile, effusive in his praise as always. Watson laughed, feeling the tension of the past days finally beginning to ease. They had done what they set out to do, solved a murder, prevented an international incident, brought criminals to justice. It was the sort of success that would never make headlines, the sort of victory that served nations without those nations ever knowing the danger they had faced. That evening, they dined at a restaurant Garnier recommended, the inspector joining them to celebrate the operation's success. Over excellent wine and food that made Watson understand why French cuisine was so celebrated, Garnier toasted their cooperation and expressed his hope that future cases might again bring them to Paris. "Though perhaps," he added with a smile, "next time under less urgent circumstances. Paris is a city that deserves to be enjoyed, not merely observed through the lens of criminal investigation." "I think Watson would appreciate that," Holmes replied. He has been remarkably patient about being dragged across the channel on what began as a simple inquiry into a dead man's pocket contents. The least I can do is promise him a return visit that includes actual leisure, rather than surveillance and raids. As they walked back to their hotel through Paris streets, now fully alive with evening activity, Watson found himself reflecting on the strange path that had brought them here, from a foggy November evening in Baker Street to this moment, walking through a foreign city after having prevented a crisis that might have damaged relations between nations. It was the sort of adventure that, when he wrote it down, for the Strand magazine, would require careful editing to protect the diplomatic sensitivities involved, but would nonetheless serve as a testament to Holmes's peculiar genius. "Holmes," he said as they approached their hotel, "how did you know? That first evening, when Lestrade brought the ticket, how did you know it would lead to all of this?" Holmes considered the question, his expression thoughtful. "I didn't know, Watson. I suspected. The ticket suggested organization, system, something larger than a simple theft or isolated crime. And my experience has taught me that where there is sophisticated organization in criminal enterprise, there is usually something worth investigating. The rest," he gestured vaguely, "was simply following the threads to see where they led." "Simply," Watson repeated with affection. "Yes, simple for you, perhaps. For the rest of us, it seems rather like magic." "Not magic, Watson. Merely attention to detail and the willingness to follow logic wherever it leads, even across the Channel and into foreign territory. Now come. We have an early train tomorrow if we're to return to London, and I suspect we both could use a proper night's sleep before facing Mrs. Hudson's inevitable interrogation about our travels." They climbed the hotel stairs to their suite, both men tired but content. The satisfaction of a case solved well, providing its own form of rest. Outside, Paris continued its evening rituals, and somewhere in the city, in police custody, criminals contemplated the ruins of their carefully constructed conspiracy, undone by a torn ticket and the relentless logic of a consulting detective, who had made it his life's work to ensure that intelligence served justice rather than crime. The Scarlet trap had closed, and those caught within it would face the consequences of their choices. It was, Watson reflected as he prepared for bed, as close to a perfect resolution as such matters ever achieved. The journey back to London unfolded like a story told in reverse, each familiar landmark appearing in opposite order. Paris giving way to French countryside, the Channel crossing under skies that had finally delivered on their promise of rain, Dover's white cliffs emerging from grey mist like guardians welcoming them home. The train from Dover to London carried them through landscapes now familiar. Fields and villages passing outside windows that ran with water, the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails providing a hypnotic accompaniment to thoughts that wandered between what had been accomplished and what remained to be understood. Watson dozed intermittently during the journey, his body finally surrendering to the fatigue that several days of intense investigation had accumulated. Holmes remained awake, alert, staring out at the passing countryside with that distant expression that suggested his mind was elsewhere, reviewing events, cataloguing details, filing away information for future reference. He had spoken little since their departure from Paris, content to let silence fill the space between them, and Watson had learned long ago not to disturb his friend during these periods of internal processing. London announced itself first through the gradual thickening of buildings, the familiar architecture of England's capital reasserting itself after the foreign elegance of Paris. Then Victoria Station rose before them, its iron and glass roof sheltering platforms crowded with late afternoon travellers, porters shouting, vendors hawking newspapers that proclaimed headlines Watson couldn't yet read. The station smelled of home, coal smoke and damp wool, and that particular London fog that seemed to permeate everything, even indoor spaces that should have been protected from it. Baker Street welcomed them with the comfortable shabbiness of the known and familiar. Mrs. Hudson fussed over their return, insisting they looked thin and worn, despite having been gone barely a week, and promising a proper English dinner to restore them after what she assumed had been a diet of foreign food that couldn't possibly nourish properly. Holmes accepted her ministrations with good grace, unusual for him, and Watson wondered if his friend was simply too tired to protest, or if the successful resolution of the case had mellowed his typically sharp impatience with domestic concerns. Their sitting room had been maintained in their absence, the fire laid ready for lighting, the familiar clutter of books and papers and chemical apparatus arranged in the chaos that Holmes insisted was actually a highly organized system comprehensible only to himself. Watson settled into his chair with a sigh that came from somewhere deep in his chest, the relief of homecoming mixing with the satisfaction of work well done. "It's good to be back," he said, reaching for his pipe and tobacco pouch. Paris was fascinating, but there's something about one's own rooms that foreign hotels, however luxurious, simply cannot replicate. Holmes had moved immediately to sort through the correspondence that had accumulated during their absence, his long fingers flipping through envelopes with practiced efficiency. 3 requests for consultation, he murmured, 2 of which appear to be the usual run of domestic disputes and misplaced valuables. The third, he paused, examining a letter more carefully, might prove interesting, but it can wait. Ah, and here's something from Lestrade. He opened the inspector's letter, his eyes scanning rapidly across the page, and a slight smile touched his thin lips. The London end of the operation has been entirely dismantled. 7 arrests, including 2 senior members of Bannister and Sons, who were complicit in the scheme. The firm itself is under investigation, and Lestrade suspects it may not survive the scandal. He extends his congratulations on our work in Paris and mentions that the autopsy on our unnamed courier revealed exactly what I predicted. A small puncture mark behind the left ear and traces of aconitine in the blood. Murder definitively proven. "Have they identified the victim?" Watson asked. "Indeed. His name was Thomas Aldridge, age 37, formerly a clerk with the Postal Service, before being recruited by Bannister and Sons. He left behind a wife and 2 children in Bethnal Green, who knew nothing of his criminal activities and are now destitute." Holmes's expression darkened. One of the more unpleasant consequences of such investigations, the innocent who suffer for the crimes of others. Watson felt a pang of sympathy for this unknown widow, suddenly bereft not only of her husband, but of the income that had supported her family, now revealed as having come from criminal enterprise. Perhaps we might do something for them, discreetly, of course. "I have already instructed my bank to arrange an anonymous donation," Holmes replied, and Watson felt a surge of affection for his friend, who so often appeared cold and calculating, but who possessed, beneath that austere exterior, a genuine concern for those harmed by crime. It will not replace a husband and father, but it may prevent them from complete destitution. The afternoon faded into evening, and Mrs. Hudson brought up their dinner: roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, vegetables cooked in the English manner that Watson had indeed missed, despite Paris's culinary sophistication, and a treacle tart that represented the comfortable predictability of home cooking. They ate in companionable silence, both men too tired for extended conversation, content simply to be back in familiar surroundings. 3 days after their return, Mycroft made his appearance at Baker Street, arriving in early evening with his customary lack of warning, simply appearing at their door as if he had materialized from the fog itself. He settled into the chair normally reserved for clients, with a sigh that suggested the effort of climbing their stairs had been considerable, and accepted the brandy Holmes offered with a nod of appreciation. "Brother mine," he said, raising his glass in salute, "you have done the nation a considerable service, though the nation will never know it. The French government has expressed its gratitude through appropriate diplomatic channels, and our own Foreign Office is satisfied that a potentially disastrous incident has been prevented. The Prime Minister himself took note, though of course, publicly, none of this ever happened." "As it should be," Holmes replied, settling into his own chair with brandy in hand. "The successful resolution of such matters requires that they remain invisible. Public knowledge would serve no one's interests, and would only provide a blueprint for future criminals to attempt similar schemes." "Quite so. I've come to provide you with the complete picture, the elements that you may not have pieced together from your investigation." Mycroft paused, sipping his brandy with evident appreciation. "Monsieur Corbeau, I'm pleased to report, was apprehended attempting to board a ship to America. He is currently in French custody, and has been remarkably forthcoming once he realized the extent of evidence against him. The conspiracy, it seems, had been operating for nearly 2 years before you uncovered it." 2 years, Watson repeated, shocked. How much counterfeit currency did they introduce into circulation? By Corbeau's estimation, and we have no reason to doubt him at this point, given his cooperation, approximately £50,000 sterling in false notes entered both French and English economies. Not enough to cause widespread economic disruption, but substantial enough to have enriched the conspirators considerably. Corbeau himself profited to the tune of perhaps £20,000, with Leblanc and the others dividing the remainder. Holmes leaned forward, his interest evident. What's the motivation? Was this purely financial, or were there other factors? Mycroft's expression grew contemplative. Primarily financial, though Corbeau's statement suggests an element of intellectual challenge as well. He viewed the entire operation as a sort of game, testing whether he could operate a sophisticated criminal enterprise beneath the notice of 2 nations' police forces. Pride, brother, always a dangerous trait in criminals, but a useful one for investigators, as it leads them to take risks they might otherwise avoid. "And the murder of Thomas Aldridge?" Watson asked. "Who was responsible?" "One of Corbeau's lieutenants, a man named Mercier, is now also in custody. Aldridge had discovered more about the operation than was safe. Specifically, he had learned Corbeau's identity and attempted to blackmail him for additional payment. Mercier was dispatched to eliminate the problem, which he did with clinical efficiency. The aconitine was administered by injection, while Aldridge waited at Victoria Station, believing he was meeting with someone who would negotiate his demands. Instead, he met his killer. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of Baker Street settling into evening. Watson found himself thinking of Thomas Aldridge, a man who had made poor choices and paid the ultimate price, leaving behind a family to suffer the consequences of his decisions. It was a reminder that crimes were not simply puzzles to be solved, but events with human consequences that rippled outward, touching lives in ways both obvious and subtle. "There is one element I remain curious about," Holmes said, breaking the silence. "The Scarlet tickets themselves. What was their specific purpose in the operation?" Mycroft smiled, as if he had been waiting for precisely this question. "Ah, yes. According to Corbeau, the tickets served as a coding system for the mailbags. Different colors and markings indicated different contents or destinations. The red tickets identified bags containing counterfeit currency headed for Paris, distinguishing them from legitimate mail. The couriers used them to ensure they retrieved the correct bags upon arrival, avoiding the risk of accidentally opening legitimate diplomatic pouches that might be monitored more carefully. Aldridge's torn ticket was, as you surmised, his insurance policy, proof of his involvement in the operation that he kept as protection, though ultimately it protected him not at all. Yet it protected justice, Holmes observed quietly. Without that fragment, Lestrade might have classified Aldridge's death as natural causes, and the entire conspiracy would have continued undiscovered. Strange, is it not, how small things can topple great enterprises? "It is your peculiar talent," Mycroft replied, "to see the significance in small things that others overlook. The torn ticket meant nothing to Lestrade and represented an insoluble mystery to him. But you saw in it the thread that, when pulled, unravelled an entire tapestry of crime. It's why I encouraged the Foreign Office to consult you on this matter, and why I trust that future such complications will find their way to your door." They spent another hour in conversation, Mycroft providing additional details about the conspiracy's structure and the legal proceedings that would follow. The trials would be conducted quietly, he assured them, with press coverage minimal and details carefully managed to prevent diplomatic embarrassment. Corbeau and his associates would face justice, but their crimes would not become fodder for sensational journalism that might damage Anglo-French relations. When Mycroft finally departed, heaving himself from his chair with visible effort and descending the stairs with slow, deliberate steps, Holmes moved to the window and stood, looking out at Baker Street below. The fog had thickened, as it so often did in London evenings, transforming the street into something from a dream or memory, gas lamps creating circles of light that seemed to float in the mist. "You're troubled," Watson observed, recognizing the particular quality of his friend's silence. "Not troubled exactly. Contemplative, perhaps. We solved the case, prevented the diplomatic incident, and brought criminals to justice. By any measure, it was a successful investigation. And yet—" He paused, his breath fogging the window glass. "And yet, Thomas Aldridge remains dead, his family destroyed, and somewhere in London and Paris, merchants and citizens possess counterfeit notes they accepted in good faith, notes that represent stolen value, fraud perpetrated upon honest people. We dismantled the machine, Watson, but we couldn't undo the damage it had already caused." Watson rose and joined his friend at the window, understanding the melancholy that sometimes possessed Holmes after a case's conclusion. His friend lived for the intellectual challenge of investigation, but he was not despite his protests to the contrary, unaffected by the human cost of crime. "We did what we could," Watson said quietly. "We prevented further harm, brought those responsible to account, ensured that justice was served. That's all any of us can do, Holmes. We cannot undo the past, but we can prevent it from extending into the future." "Spoken like a doctor," Holmes replied, but there was affection in his voice. "Always focused on healing what can be healed, rather than mourning what cannot. It's one of your more admirable qualities, Watson, your pragmatic optimism. It serves as a useful counterbalance to my tendency toward, what did you once call it? Morbid introspection? I believe I said dramatic brooding, actually. Ah, yes, considerably more insulting. Well, you're correct, as usual. The case is solved, the criminal's caught, and we have prevented what might have been a significant diplomatic crisis. It's time to set it aside and turn our attention to whatever comes next." As if summoned by this declaration, the bell rang below, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps on the stairs, and Mrs. Hudson's voice, slightly breathless, announcing a visitor. A moment later, a young woman entered, her clothes suggesting modest means, her face bearing the particular expression of someone who has reached desperation and found it has one more step to take. "Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson? I'm terribly sorry to call so late, but I'm at my wit's end. My sister has disappeared, and the police say there's nothing they can do. But I know something terrible has happened. I know it. And I was told you might help, that you've solved cases others couldn't." Holmes had already moved from the window. His melancholy vanished as if it had never existed, replaced by the focused attention that a new puzzle always ignited in him. "Please, sit down. Tell us everything, from the beginning, and omit no detail, however insignificant it may seem. Watson, your notebook, if you please. We have a sister to find." And just like that, they were engaged again, the previous case already filing itself away into memory and case notes, the present demanding their full attention. Watson retrieved his notebook, settled into his chair, and prepared to document whatever story this young woman had to tell. Outside, London fog swirled and thickened, hiding secrets and crimes and mysteries waiting to be solved. The fire burned steadily in the grate, casting its warm light across the familiar disorder of their sitting room. The Scarlet ticket lay somewhere in Scotland Yard's evidence rooms. Its brief moment of significance passed, now merely a piece of cardstock in a file that would be archived and forgotten by all except those who had followed its trail from London to Paris and back again. But its legacy remained, in the criminals brought to justice, in the diplomatic disaster averted, in the continuation of cooperation between nations that might so easily have been damaged. And in this room, in these comfortable chairs before this welcoming fire, two men prepared to turn their attention to the next mystery, the next problem requiring solution, the next thread that, when pulled carefully, might unravel yet another conspiracy hiding in plain sight. Mrs. Hudson brought tea, because she always brought tea when clients arrived late in the evening, and Watson poured, while Holmes questioned the young woman with gentle thoroughness, drawing out details, building a picture from fragments of information. The familiar rhythm of investigation reasserted itself: question and answer, observation and deduction, the methodical construction of understanding from the raw materials of human experience and mystery. "I believe," Holmes said after 20 minutes of careful questioning, "that we can help you. Your sister's disappearance is not, I think, the random event you fear, but rather something more explicable and, consequently, more solvable. Watson and I will begin inquiries tomorrow morning. For tonight, go home, try to rest, and trust that we will apply ourselves to this matter with all the resources at our disposal." The young woman departed with visible relief, hope replacing the desperation she had carried into their rooms, and Holmes returned to his chair with an expression of satisfaction that Watson recognized immediately. "Another case, then," Watson said, more statement than question. "Another case," Holmes confirmed, "though I suspect this one will prove considerably less complex than our recent continental adventure. Still, complexity is not the only measure of a case's worth. A sister missing is no less important to those who love her than international conspiracies are to governments. And we, Watson, are in the business of solving mysteries, whether they span nations or merely neighborhoods. When you put it that way, I can't argue. You never can, which is why we work so well together. Now tell me, what did you observe about our new client? What did her appearance and manner reveal about her circumstances and the nature of her sister's disappearance?" They spent the remainder of the evening discussing the new case, Holmes sharing his observations and deductions, Watson offering alternative interpretations and practical considerations. It was the familiar dance of their partnership, honed over years of cases both dramatic and mundane, the collaboration that had become as natural as breathing and as essential to both of them as the work itself. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily toward midnight, marking time's passage with mechanical precision. The fire burned lower, requiring Watson to add coal, the small domestic task grounding the evening in a comfortable routine. Outside, the fog continued its nightly occupation of London streets, and somewhere in that vast city, mysteries waited to be discovered and solved. But here, in these rooms at 221B Baker Street, two men sat in companionable focus, planning tomorrow's investigations, reviewing past successes, preparing for whatever challenges the future might present. The adventure of the Scarlet ticket had concluded, its pages ready to be written up for Watson's eventual publication, its lessons learned and filed away for future reference. And life, that greatest mystery of all, continued its inexorable forward motion, carrying them toward whatever came next with the certainty that there would always be puzzles, requiring solution, justice requiring service, and friendship providing the foundation upon which all else was built. The embers glowed softly in the grate, and Baker Street settled into sleep around them, and the story that had begun with a torn red ticket and a dead man's mystery found its natural ending in this moment of quiet preparation for tomorrow's work. Some adventures, Watson reflected, as he finally retired to his room near 2 a.m, concluded not with dramatic flourishes, but with gentle transitions into whatever came next. And perhaps that was the most honest sort of ending, not a final punctuation mark, but rather an ellipsis, suggesting continuation, promising that the story, while complete in itself, was merely one chapter in a larger narrative that would unfold across years and cases, and the countless small moments that composed a life dedicated to the service of truth and justice. He fell asleep easily, his last conscious thought a sense of gratitude for the adventure just completed, and anticipation for whatever mysteries tomorrow might bring. And in the sitting room, Holmes remained awake a while longer, smoking his pipe and staring into the fire's dying light, his mind already racing ahead to the next puzzle, the next challenge, the next opportunity to apply his peculiar gifts to the ancient human endeavor of discovering truth hidden beneath layers of deception. The Scarlet ticket had told its story, and that story was finished. But there would be other tickets, other clues, other threads to follow wherever they might lead. And for Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson, that prospect was perhaps the greatest comfort of all. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're settling beneath the starlit calm of Budapest, the warm coastal breeze of Darwin, the peaceful night glow of Vancouver, or the soft evening hush of Marrakech. If this moment brought you ease, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in quiet serenity. Let the world grow softer around you. Let your thoughts drift slowly. Let your dreams rise like lanterns floating into the dark. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.